my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bold TV for round number 2 of qualifying from the 2021 U.S. Women's Open. My name is Aaron Smith with Bold TV and USBC Communications, and we are excited to bring you the action from Double Decker Lanes in Rohnert Park, California, as we roll out the flat 40-foot condition here in round 2. 8 games for our B squad competitors, just about to get underway. As they're getting ready to start, let's go out to the lanes before we bring in the rest of the team. So we're going to start behind lanes 13, 14, 15, and 16. And our first shot there is going to be courtesy of Daria Payuk, who led the way on B squad yesterday, sits second place overall. And we posted some great interviews with her within the past hour on our social media channels, USBC and PWBA. Be sure to check them out when you get a chance this round. But as we settle in, Summer Jasmine going to be joining us as well here in game 1. AJ Schock, Clara Guerrero, Stephanie Zavala, and Crystal Elliott as well. You can follow along with live scoring at pwba.com as well as bowl.com/US Women's Open, where we have standings, rosters, pairings, oil patterns, everything you need to follow the tournament. And of course, if you're watching on bowltv.com, you already know you can follow every pair in play and follow your favorite athlete throughout the course of the entire round. As I promised, we have a few folks that will be joining us here from on site at Double Decker Lane. So let's first introduce Emil Williams Jr. Welcome him into the broadcast. EWJ, what do you say?
Good morning. How are you?
I'm great. I don't have to bowl 8 games on a 40-foot flat condition. So I'm doing well. I'll be interested to see how these competitors are feeling after 8 games, but ready to see how it breaks down here for B Squad.
Well, I can say that just watched a little bit of the practice, the warm-up earlier. And you can really only watch the first, few minutes of that. Obviously once the players continue to throw shots, it won't be indicative, of course, of what they'll see as soon as they hit the competition lanes. But saw some players actually still were able to play right, I should say. How long will they be able to play right? Not sure. But I think we'll see a concerted effort for first run to see if they can start a little right before they have to kind of make that migration move left, which is certainly one thing that they would have to do, you would think. We'll see, obviously, how it all plays out. For example, watching Stephanie Johnson play a little right as well, around 15, but getting that ball down lane about 7, 8-ish or so. I've seen some players try to play it a bit more direct up the right side of the lane. And speaking of righties, of course, as well, we'll take a look at this group and see how they have decided to play the lanes, or at least how they will start. But as we all know, Aaron, try to get 9, leave a makeable spare, catch a double or triple, and move on to the next game. Easier said than done, obviously, but it should be a very good test, of course, for some of the best players in the world.
Absolutely. Emil, we're going to bring in another individual joining us from Double Decker Lanes. Curtis Von Kruger coming up next. KVK, welcome back in.
Fellas, it's day 2. It's day 2, and all of a sudden you find yourself in the meat of this competition. But this is the day you can't get impatient. You've got to realize that the scores are going to be low, and you don't want to give up what you spent all yesterday earning. So try to, as Emil says, today is really about defense. It's not about being offensive. If you can hit that pair that just broke down correctly for you and kind of matches up with you, obviously you want to try to get on top of that as much as possible. But today is really about, as Emil said already, manage the pocket. Don't get ahead of yourself. Realize there's still a lot of games. but you can really shoot yourself in the foot on this particular condition because it can get away from you really fast. 150s are absolutely in play today, and it's going to be hard to make those pins up further down the tournament. So you got to just be careful. You got to grind it out, and this is one of the big tests here at the U.S. Open. So I'm interested to see the players I got my eye on. Let's see how Daria handles this. Daria, came in. She had a great block yesterday. Shot some really, really high scores. The issue with Daria, though, is she shot some pretty low scores. And so on this particular pattern, you really want to avoid that. You want to turn your 160s, 170s. Really, you got to try to get them in those 190s area because, those 240, 250, 260 games that she had to close out her block, they're just not going to be there. So let's keep our eye on kind of who can be stable here, who can keep it in that nice range, and who can minimize the damage of this really, really difficult flat pattern.
All right, folks, we're going to go ahead and go full screen here, but we're going to stick around here on the broadcast, talk about bowling and whatever else may come up throughout the course of the day. Curtis, I want to throw it back to you real quick. We posted the interview with Daria Payuk just within the last hour or so. And Daria's always been very forthcoming in interviews, very honest, very telling how she's feeling. And I just thought it was a fantastic little 6-minute watch, really getting to, not only talk about what happened yesterday and looking ahead, obviously the big payday at the end of the tournament as well, the $100,000 to the champion. But there were really some, very emotional moments as well, where she, kind of taking a step back from everything going on. And it was just a great interview with Daria. So thank you for putting that together. But tell us a little bit more about that chat with her.
I really, really appreciate the candor and honesty of Daria. You have so many times you talk to an athlete, and we all know the canned answers. Oh, I'm just going to go out there, give 110% and not get ahead of myself and take it one shot at a time, one tournament at a time. We've all heard it to tedium almost. And she's a kind of player that will sit down and say, hey, you know what? I'm struggling here, and there's times that I struggle, and there's times that I deal with adversity. And so she was really forthcoming with that kind of that mentality. But I think in accepting that struggle and kind of even leaning into it a little bit, Daria is able to cope with this huge amount of expectation, because there is a lot of expectation with Daria. She's one of these players that can do things as we kind of see her wash out there, but she can do things that other players out here cannot. And I think that comes with expectations. She finished second in this event, lost to Liz Johnson. And what I love about that interview is she said, when I first lost, it didn't hit me. It didn't register with me that I lost the U.S. Open. I was just proud that I finished second, and it wasn't until a little bit later did she feel the effects of that loss. And you could tell that it was something that impacted her greatly. And so that conversation with Daria is very delightful. Go check it out on our social media platform. It's on our Facebook page right now. You won't regret it. It's a great watch. And just a wonderful player who, can be a spokesperson for that kind of, the struggles we have. And all too often we've seen in sports that, the mental perspective of it, you got to take care of yourself with your mental health. And I think she is an individual that kind of personifies that.
Well done.
We're taking a quick second to reset here. Looks like we might have froze up for just a second, so hang tight. Now there we are, back in business.
Let's see all the early compliments that we've received so far. Good row, good professional coverage yesterday. Well, that's out the window already. for day 2.
I love the dulce golden tones of Emil Williams. Yep, he's got it.
And I'm going to use it in other ways too. I'm working on that anyway. Just to add a few nuggets to what you guys talked about, and I'm just basing this on my time on this tour and watching kind of Daria from her start to where we are now, and yeah, that word expectations has just been tossed around a lot, and she's had to deal with those, whether she's wanted to or not. It's just kind of the way it's been rusted on her, essentially, because she came out, won a title. Clearly, she was able to do some things with ball that a lot of players weren't able to do. So, very popular, of course, as well. And people tend to think that you're supposed to win this amount of titles when you have Daria's talent level, and the reality is it just doesn't always happen when people want it to happen. Daria essentially is in control, and I guess you want to throw the bowling gods in that as well. But if when it's supposed to happen, it will happen. I think she's kind of figured that out and learned to the only expectations that matter are her own and not everyone else.
Yeah, it's very rare that you get to actually take, as Daria said in the interview, take a journey with them, and I really feel like Daria gives you that opportunity to take that journey with her and get inside her shoes and be an inspiration to not just other bowlers, but maybe people who aren't bowlers. And she's a great ambassador of the sport. She does all the work off the lanes that really, to develop a following, to create a buzz around what she does. And I know that Poland is very, very proud of her. And I can't appreciate it enough. People who take the time to be ambassadors of this wonderful sport.
As we do make our way through game number 1 here of this 8-game block, a reminder of the format this week here at the U.S. Women's Open. All competitors will bowl 24 games over 3 days across 3 different lane conditions. And then by the time we get to the end of that, we will cut to the top 24, who will move on to a 4th 8-game block on a 4th oil pattern before heading into round-robin match play. We'll have 3 rounds of match play, 8 games apiece, including the all-important and always exciting Curtis Von Kruger special, the position round. For game 56. And when it's all said and done, total pinfall plus bonus pins for every victory in match play will determine the top 5 for the CBS Sports Network Finals, taking place on Tuesday, August 31st, 7 p.m. Eastern, with the champion taking home the largest top prize in professional women's bowling history, $100,000, along with the coveted and absolutely stunning Eagle Trophy presented to the winner, and always warm, your green jacket. I'd wear it everywhere. So all that up for grabs this week, in addition to being the second major of the 2021 PWBA Tour schedule. And folks, if you want to watch all qualifying, all match play, as we mentioned, every pair in play, we got cameras on, so you can watch your favorite athlete as they make it through each and every round. You're going to have to pick up a subscription to Bowl TV. For the folks who are already on BowlTV.com, hello, welcome. Great to see you all once again. We look forward to bringing you coverage all the way through qualifying and match play. If you're watching on Facebook and YouTube for right now, we'll be here for game number 1 before we send the feed exclusively to BullTV.com. So you will have to pick up a subscription to go ahead and continue to watch throughout the course of the week. You can pick up an event ticket to watch the live action, $8.95. A monthly recurring subscription for $9.95, which in addition to getting you the live action gets you archived events and on-demand content as well. So it unlocks everything Bull TV has to offer. And then finally, an annual recurring subscription, $79.95. So a few different price points to come in at. Transaction fees do apply for all 3 as a heads up. But BullTV.com, the place to be leading up to the finals of the U.S. Women's Open. All qualifying, all match play, along with the opportunity to interact in the Bull TV chat. A great spot indeed. A lot of familiar faces chatting about bowling and whatever else we may get into throughout the course of the week. So a great community, and of course, giveaways. Have giveaways throughout the week here on BullTV.com, the only place you can win as well. So we hope you check it out. Hope to see you over there. Say hello. Party with the chat, and get to hang out with myself, Curtis, and Emil as well.
Aaron, on this particular pair, I know we're starting with Daria and what she did last night, and by virtue of that, we get a chance to see Clara. And I mentioned players kind of starting a little bit further right. They're going to give that a whirl until I think they really can't. And she is a good example of that. And I think almost everybody on that particular pair, 15 and 16, trying to play them a little bit straighter. Although I haven't seen Stephanie Zavala, so let me rephrase that. I haven't seen her be started. But Clara, obviously, who generally likes to keep her angles pretty straight and in front of her nonetheless, is doing great stuff.
Daria having some fun after crossing over there for the double. Once again, with this condition, those are the hits you will gladly take.
See the spare game working certainly early, and that's going to, of course, super important today. Good shot there for Summer. Expect Summer to be a little further left than some to start.
And when we talked to Nathan Bohr yesterday, he basically said, with a condition like this, there's no secret layout, there's no magic bowling ball, there's no really nothing you can do to prepare for something like this. It's all about getting comfortable, getting into a spot to where you feel you can repeat shots, get into a bowling ball where it feels comfortable in your hands, something you can make the best shot time and time again with, and trusting that spare ball, as you mentioned, Emil, very important along the way. Doubles are going to be probably pretty tough to find throughout the course of competition.
Oh,
so you got to take them and run and take advantage of, when you get breaks as well. Daria crossing over in the 8th, gets the hit there in the 9th to make it a 3-bagger to set up her 10th frame.
Nice shot. Quality bowling so far here for Summer Jasmine. There's that double we talked about. You catch that double, and you try your best to take advantage of it. Quick scores of note or potential scores of note. Missy Parkin can get to 229. She is clean and about to step up in the 10th frame on 31 and 32. Rihanna Cote, strike away from 198. Stephanie Johnson, who had a very nice opening round one. In third overall after a block of plus 151. She can get to 224. She's about to step up in the 10th frame as well on 27 and 28. She too is clean at the moment through me. Katie Jensen, Aaron Smith. We talked about Katie a little bit yesterday, just from the DFW area. Never seen her bowl in person. But right now, off the bat, can get to 259.
Very nice.
She is on 23 and 24. About to step up 10th frame. Looks to be potentially the high game in the building if she can complete the job.
Four in a row for Daria. 223 still out there. Clara, unfortunately, the split in the 10th. But you'll take a 208 out here any day of the week on this condition. It's the Chuck Gardner rule. If you shoot 208 every game, you're going to be doing pretty good here at the U.S. Women's Open.
That is such a great rule.
Big fan of that one.
It really is. Like, made so much sense.
Summer's going to have a clean 190 game. Daria to get into the 220s. Oh, the power.
Oh, boy. That is correct, Tap. Good description of that. That's tough on many levels, but mainly the count. Oh, hit it. Oh, it's only game one here. Daria's throwing messages like that in game one. Good Lord.
Going to finish up with 223. Crystal Elliott, 184. 160 for Stephanie Zavala. 194, Summer Jasmine. AJ can get to 189.
some of those players that I mentioned earlier. Steph ended up shooting 192, so that's a 4.6 in the 10th. Katie Jensen left a 2.810 in the 10th frame on the first shot. I didn't see her final score, but still a good start nonetheless.
All right, folks. With that, game one in the books. Here in round two for our B squad competitors at the 2021 U.S. Women's Open at Double Decker Lanes in Roanoke Park, California. So for the folks who are watching on Facebook and YouTube, we're going to be taking a quick second to say goodbye. But we hope to see you soon over on BowlTV.com. Once again, you'll have to pick up a subscription to watch the rest of the round and all the qualifying and match play leading up to the CBS Sports Network Finals. So, folks, we'll be taking a quick break to reset that. If you're on BowlTV.com, hang tight. We'll be right back with game number two in just a moment. So we'll be right back. Game two coming up next here, U.S. Women's Open B Squad round two coming up next. All right, folks, getting ready for game number two here. We'll get you the lineup across the house in case you want to follow your favorite athlete as they compete here at the U.S. Women's Open for B Squad, round two. We are behind lanes 13 through 16 here at the moment, so this game will be starting off with Daphne Tan, Christy Leong, Deandra Asbady, along with Karen Adolfson, Missy Parkin, and Lindsay Boomershine. Over on our 17 through 20 channel, you'll find Jordan Richard, Annalise O'Brien, Brianna Clemmer, Roberta Van, Jennifer Hokersack, and Shannon Pluhowski. On 21 through 24, Summer Jasmine, Daria Payuk, AJ Shock, Crystal Elliott, Clara Guerrero, and Stephanie Zavala. 25 through 28, Sapphire No Fuente, Verity Crawley, and Jen Higgins, along with Johanna Puentes, Rocio Restrepo, and Shalyn Zolkifli. Over on 29 through 32, Amber Wurs, Shannon O'Keefe, Misaki Mikutani, Brianna Cote, Jazriel Tan, and Katie Jensen. Then on 33 through 36, the final pairs in play, Ashley Galante, New Wei Fen, Elise Bolton, Stephanie Johnson, Shayna Ung, and Maria Bolanova.
We Maria Bolanova wanted to send a shout out to her mom and dad. So this is me doing that shout out.
Let's go.
Let's go. Hey, Maria Bolanova's parents. If you're in the chat, drop us a line. Let us know. Jason Slater asks, why is there an N behind some bowlers' names? That's a good question. And Ken Hampel comes in with the clutch. It does mean non-member. Just saw an emotional moment here, Aaron Smith. Ashley Galante's parents came in and surprised her. And so she ran off the lanes and gave them a big hug. You know, she's very close with her family.
Mm-hmm.
And there were tears shed by all. So a little bit of a surprise there for Ashley. Always good to see, you know. Maybe it will inspire her. She had a, you know, kind of one of those grind out games the first game, and hopefully she'll be able to, you know, impress.
Very cool stuff. I do recall back in 2017, Ashley rolling a 300 game at the U.S. Women's Open. Her dad was in attendance for that, and it was a great video we captured for social media that year of her celebrating that moment with her father as well, along with some of the players on tour. So it was very cool to see. So that's awesome for Ashley to have had the family support there. Thanks for sharing that, Curtis.
Not a problem. You know what kind of family support I'm getting right now? Nice big cup of cold brew.
Cold brew.
Oh, yeah. Because I don't have enough energy, Aaron.
This is true. I was wondering if you were at full energy levels. But now that you have the cold brew,
I'm ready to go. James, there should be a little bunch of squares in the upper right-hand corner of your phone, so if you're on the cell phone. And that will allow you, correct me if I'm wrong here, Aaron Smith, that will allow you to switch channels.
That is correct. The 4-box window pane is what I like to call it.
Yes.
I'm not sure what else to call it, but if you click on that, you'll see a bunch of different options with the little live button, the little red live button next to it. You'll see USWO 13 through 16, 17 through 20. So essentially, if you know where you want to go to follow a player, just hit on that channel, and that will take you to that channel. And then if you want to continue to do that throughout the course of the block, just continue to use that, and that will take you across our navigation.
You know, one of the reasons I love our Bowl TV community is they are on top of it. They are absolutely on top of it. They support each other. So thank you.
All right, folks, looks like we have an update available online after one game here today, 9 games overall. I'll drop that link in the chat as well. For anybody looking for it, Daria Payuk with her 223 is going to be leading the way right now on B squad after 9 games plus 186. Shayna Ung, 205. She's at plus 153. Stephanie Johnson, 192 that game, plus 143. Brianna Cote, plus 81. Shannon Pluhowski, a rough opening game, 133 for her. Drops her to plus 55. Verity Crawley at plus 35 herself. Jen Higgins, plus 26. Clara Guerrero, plus 15. Missy Parkin, plus 3. Making the move. Stephanie Zavala even. Jordan Richard minus 6. Brianna Clemmer minus 10. Elise Bolton minus 18. Saki Mukutani minus 20. Lindsay Boomershine minus 27. Rocio minus 28. Daphne Tan minus 36. Shalyn Zulkifli minus 52. And looking around, it looks like that 223 from Daria might be the
high game.
The big number. Katie Jensen finished with 220. Emil mentioned that she was putting together a string of strikes, but slowed down in the 10th. But
Daria made a fantastic ball change mid-game. She had a pair of opens, I think, early in that game, and then was able to reel off some strikes there to bring her to the 220s. That's impressive. That's impressive, and that's the kind of focus, Emil, Aaron, snapping victory out of the jaws of defeat. And if you can turn, what invariably looked like a 180 or a 170 into 220, I mean, that's a massive swing on this batter. Definitely looks like, oh man, it is playing so touchy and so flat right now. You definitely see bowlers in the inside part of the lane. I really don't see many, if any, playing that outside line. They're trying to get it through the fronts on the front part of the lane, not getting it to hook too early, but really trying to manage their misses right, because if you get it pushing right quick, it's going to be 2-8-10 all day. So, man, this is what you expect from a U.S. Open pattern, though. It requires precision, accuracy, speed control, intelligence, understanding of your arsenal. It puts every single skill set in use, and it tests each single skill set unlike any other tournament does. So it's definitely a lot of fun to watch.
of course, with this being in the second round, a couple of players did their best to take advantage of the 36-foot pattern out there yesterday in our first 8-game block. The standings coming into today, Sherry Tan was leading the way. You can read a great recap story on her from Matt Cannizzaro, available on bull.com and PWBA.com. Led the way at plus 166. Daria had the chance to take over the lead heading into her final game. Didn't quite get there, but just 3 pins back to start. As we mentioned, she's actually moved into the overall lead. Sherry Tan on A squad, so she'll be on the lanes later today. But Daria was at 163 to enter the day. Stephanie Johnson plus 151. Shayna Ung plus 148. Erin McCarthy, a real nice day, plus 132. Shannon Pluhowski plus 122. Liz Culkin plus 102. Sydney Brummett plus 100. Taylor Boltice and Diana Zavyalova at plus 90 rounded out the top 10. The way too early cut score after day number 1 was plus 7, Clara Guerrero, and a total of 27 players averaging at least 200 on the 36-foot condition out there in round 1. So the players in the top 10, the good news for them is they've they've gotten out ahead of the field a little bit. So as they navigate these 8 games, obviously you want to have your opportunities to go plus and get some pins each and every game, adding to that plus total. But they built a little bit of room. The good news for the players a little bit farther back, looking at that cut number, is the scores weren't crazy yesterday. So it's not like you have to make up a ton of pins. If you put together a solid block and, find a way to, go plus 40, plus 50 out there today, and you were a little bit farther back in the standings, you're going to make a pretty healthy move.
My question for you, Aaron Smith, is the number going to drop today?
For the top 24?
Yes.
Currently at plus 7?
It's now after this first game. It's even.
It's even. Yep. I think it's gonna. Looking at I'll just work off the plus 7 number since everyone's working off of that to start. I think it's going to stay. It's not going to differentiate too much from that. I'd say 15 pins either way. I think when it's all said and done, I think it's going to kind of stay around that, maybe drop a little bit, but.
So we'll ask the chat. We'll put you on, we'll get the receipts for your predictions here. What do you think the cut number will be after today's round? Going into this round, it was at plus 7. Let's see what after 8 games by both squads, what do we think the number is going to be? Go ahead and drop your answer in Bull TV chat. Love to hear from you guys.
And Curtis, one of our ongoing topics here on Bull TV, considering this is part of the PWBA Tour season, is the Player of the Year race.
Oh, yeah.
And the U.S. Women's Open, extra points being a major out there, of course. And we're so early into this event. It really won't take shape until we kind of get to the top 24. And, that's really the first defining factor of kind of how the points are going to shape up looking ahead to the Fall Classic Series in October. But for the kind of 7 players in the mix right now, none of them had a super crazy day to kick things off. The highest competitor in the field out of that grouping was Verity Crawley in 17th place overall, so still in a good spot. But nobody in the top 10 out of that group of 7. Verity was in 17th. Dasha Kovalova, who's leading the points list, 21st. Liz Johnson, 22nd. Missy Parkin, 28th. Danielle McEwen had a big final game to get to 33rd place. Shannon O'Keefe tied for 36th. And Julia Bond, 39th place. So once again, all those players in a position today, knowing that the scoring pace is going to be a little bit slower, even though they're a little bit, farther back of, the top 10 at the moment. Certainly an opportunity to put themselves in good shape with a solid block to lock down a spot in the top 24.
Hey, the fun thing about our job is we get to pontificate about things yet to come. And we get to, speculate and throw our opinions out there, truth be damned, if you will. So I love this Player of the Year race. And it's every game it can change wildly, depending on your position, depending on where you're at and how you're bowling. And I expect a couple of these players to make a big run. I really look at Dasha Kovalova right now and say that I see her kind of scraping up the leaderboard here, especially in this particular block. I think she'll have a pretty good look. Shannon O'Keefe really just is quite perplexing right now, Aaron, in the fact that do we expect her to be putting up better numbers than what she has? And my answer is yes.
Taking a look at Shannon right now.
She's got 52 in the fourth, working on a 9 spare in the fifth. Shot buck 80 her first game, 84.
Minus 55 overall.
Yeah.
Taking a look at Shannon, very active on social media. And kind of wrapping up yesterday, games of 192, 164, 193, 173 to get to minus 39. And her assessment, quoting, well, that was an absolutely terrible finish. Made such bad choices with lane playing balls. On to tomorrow.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to argue there. And it just shows that, you know, she has a little mortality in her. She's showing that she is human. What do you think she can do to kind of shake off these last couple of events, really? And kind of say, hey, wait a minute. You know, how do we move forward?
Well, knowing Shannon and her work ethic and the time she puts into her game and her craft, and even the work she's done on the mental side of it, with her commitment to reading something new about the mental game and strengthening her mental game. It seems like, you know, every time we talk to her, she's starting up a new book about another aspect of that. I think it's just, you know, for Shannon, and, you know, this being a place where she's won at twice before. So this is obviously with the new lanes, it's a little bit different, but a familiar setting for her, a place she's had success. I think with this many games, she's going to find a way to just get comfortable. She's one of the best shot makers, not only out here, but on the planet, which is always a key here at the U.S. Women's Open. So I think just with just getting comfortable and getting that many games, she's going to find her way back to a good spot here.
You know, this is one that she wants. You know, this is one tournament that she really, really wants. It's the U.S. Open. It's the tournament.
Oh, Missy working on 4 in a row.
Ugh.
Not what you want to see up there.
Yeah, and that's what's frustrating. You know, it's hard enough to strike, and when you get those bad hits, when you get those bad breaks, like a blower 7-10 or an 8-10 or something like that, and you felt like you really threw a good shot, you really wish you could get you just really want to be rewarded for your good shots, because they're few and far between where you really just hit the pocket solidly. And so, you know, those kind of things test your mental fortitude, unlike anything else. Is, hey, you know, I threw a bad shot, I know the results, right? But when you throw what you feel like is a good shot, you know, that frustration can absolutely creep in. You know, but you can't let one shot affect the future shots, right? Don't let a bad break punish you twice, so to speak.
I think good news for Missy, though. She's already put herself in position to put together a solid game out here. Just looking at the scoring pace we had in game number 1. I can still get to 220. Obviously, would have liked the opportunity to step up here with 250 still out there.
Yeah, absolutely.
But we'll get the quick reset and back at it here.
She puts this one right in the pocket, I bet. No doubt. No doubt. I love Missy's attitude on the lanes. It's always just like another day at the office, you know? Daria struggling this game. 128 in the 8th. So she needs to find a double to kind of bail herself out a little bit. Not, only give don't give away too many more pins than what you've already got today. But it definitely, just taking a cursory glance around the building, there is, again, 220 seems to be the score people are chasing. It does not, I don't see a lot of big strings of strikes. I see quite the opposite, actually, and just, a lot of spares and a lot of red circles, Aaron Smith. Lots of red circles.
I have some good U.S. Open type games here, though. Christy Leong with the clean 193. No doubles, but take what you can get there.
Yeah, pick up your spares, people. Pick up your spares.
Daphne Tan, a little 3-bagger in there. 205. Deandra, she can get this first one.
No bueno.
Could have gotten into the 220s, and now so she's looking at 190 instead of 220. Missy all 3 for 220.
Nice bounce back. You're looking, you take away that blower 710, you give her a 7-pin or a 10-pin, and it's a very different story there.
It's high game of the day, probably.
No, absolutely, yeah. It's up there.
But Missy headed in the right direction today. And if you want to talk about, I guess, the equivalent of being 100 over after 2, I guess I would venture to say it probably feels like that. Missy's plus 37 for the block.
Oh, yeah, that's absolutely.
So 217, 220.
Add 20 or 30 pins per game to that, because that's the quintessentially what this pattern does to people is it takes away those pins. So great start there, Missy Parkin. And if you can make a move on this day, man, you got to feel invincible, Aaron.
Well, Curtis, if we go back to the 2019 event, we also had a flat oil pattern. I believe on day number 1 for that one. It wasn't 40 feet, it was 37 feet. But still, 1-to-1 is 1-to-1. Obviously, some different factors working in there, but Missy was actually led the way on that pattern 2 years ago, 2019. She went 145 over on the 37-foot flat condition. So no stranger to success on these.
That's not bad. Last I checked, that is not bad. Daria Payok with a 153 open in the 10th. So that we were talking, those 220s, 230s, you got to grab them, but try to minimize those those bad games, and she gives away everything she made up in that first game and more right here in the second game. But Daria can be very up and down throughout a block if you kind of look at it.
Well, even yesterday, if you kind of look at how she started off, 256 in the opener, followed by 159, but then she followed it up with 253. So
Yeah,
Daria was, as we talked about, was able to bounce back and show that resiliency with some big bounce back games after. And that was really only her only rough game. She had a 180 in there, 199 as well, but she had 1, 2, 3, 4 games over 245 along the way as well.
and just like that, we're already in game 3.
Cruising right along here, folks.
Cruising along together.
Let's get you the lineup across the house here real quick. Looks like folks just moving one pair to the right here. So Stephanie Johnson, Maria Bolanova, and Shayna Ung making the jump from 35 and 36 to 13 and 14. Daphne Tan, Deandra Aspady, and Christy Leong just moving over to 15 and 16. On 17 through 20, Karen Adolphson, Lindsay Boomershine, and Missy Parkin, along with Jordan Richard, Annalise O'Brien, and Brianna Clemmer. On 21 through 24, Roberta Van, Shannon Pluhowski, and Jennifer Hokersack, along with Summer Jasmine, AJ Shock, and Daria Payuk. On 25 through 28, Crystal Elliott, Stephanie Zavala, and Clara Guerrero, along with Sapphire No Fuente, Verity Crawley, and Jen Higgins. (29 through 32), Johanna Puentes, Rocio Restrepo, Shalyn Zolkifli, Amber Wurz, Shannon O'Keefe, and Misaki Mukutani. Then on 33 through 36, Brianna Cote, Jazriel Tan, Katie Jensen, Elise Bolton, Nue Finn, and Ashley Galante. Nice shot to kick things off from Stephanie Johnson. Was third after round number 1 plus 151. Shayna Ung also had a nice opening day. One spot behind Stephanie in fourth place, entering competition today. Plus 148.
All right. Pardon me. Hey, Aaron.
Hey, it's Emil Williams Jr.
All right. I'm here. I'm ready. I'm back.
Well, Emil, here's what I can tell you. It's game 3. And they're still very, very difficult.
Yes. That part has not changed significantly. Although I don't see there are certainly low scores. I'm not sure if at this point, that the 195 or the Chuck Gardner 208 theory. I don't know if necessarily people are going for that. And what I mean by that is like intentionally saying, my goal today is just to hit the 1-3 and make a spare and move on. Now, I bet that's really difficult to do when you say it mentally. Like, okay, I need to do this. I'm assuming that when you get into competition, the first thought process is always to throw the best shot possible to knock all 10 pins down. But there are times where that just won't be the case. It's not even the best option. It's rare when you say 9 is the best option.
Well, it takes away from, or I shouldn't say takes away, but with the competitive nature of these athletes out here, it's what can I do to outstrike and get away from the rest of my opponents? How do I knock down 10 every shot? But patience certainly the key today. And we do have a score update now after 2 games here for B Squad. We have a new squad leader, Stephanie Johnson. She's +5 for her 2 games so far, 192 and 213 at +156. Daria Payuk, as Curtis mentioned, some struggles that game, 153 to drop to +139. Shayna Ungs at +131. Brianna Cote, +53. Shannon Pluhowski, +39. Missy Parkin having herself a day so far, all the way up to +23 now, 217, 220 for her. Verity Crawley at +10. Stephanie Zavala +7. Jordan Richard -5. Jen Higgins -15. Clara Guerrero -19. Rocio -27. Elise Bolton -29. Brianna Clemmer -30. Daphne Tan -31. Taking a quick look around, I see Stephanie at 213 last game. Missy 220. So far as I work my way through, a few scattered 2-0s. And that's it.
It's everything we expected and more. The only thing, that I continue to look forward to is, well, there's a couple things. One, will the chosen plans of attack at some point work well, get better? You know, we can base it on scores, but maybe someone's plan is actually working. It's just it's not producing the right score result. Then when you get to that back half of the game, will there be something there that, hopefully that's been created from the squad to kind of be able to move a little further left and have some kind of bump down lane? And then, of course, tonight, there are several players from tonight's squad who are here, planning to watch and stick around for at least maybe the first 3 to 4 full games to, have that reconnaissance work, see what's going on, what to look forward to, what's working and what's not. It's obviously so they can have a leg up and figure out what their game plan is going to be for later this evening. So Crystal Elliott is not too far off the pace. And I'm speaking of today. I know she had some struggles yesterday, but she's on 184, 198. And she is clean through 4 at the moment. In fact, that 198 game, I'm not sure if you guys saw it towards the end. But she had a chance to get into the 202 teen area. Threw one out the window, unfortunately. Got a very good break. But it ended up being what could have been like 3, and then it was 6, and then it was 7, and then it was 8. But it was unfortunately the 1-5 she left. And the 10th frame, she chopped it to shoot 198. Oh well, let's see. We've got someone with front 4, 9 spare strike. Who's that? Whose initials are BC, Aaron? Right off the top of your head.
Brianna Clemmer, Brianna Cote.
You're right. Could be one of those two. I still have to wait to the scoreboard. I could check the pairing sheet. Where's my pairing sheet?
What lane are they on if you have that available?
They're on lane 33.
33 for game 3. That's BC Brianna Cote.
Oh, Miss Cote or Mrs. Cote is off to what looks to be the best start of the building. Actually, second best would be Lindsay Boomershaw. She started front 4-9 spare. She's going to be up in the 6th frame here, 17 and 18.
Got some nice games coming together on 15 and 16 here as well. Daphne Tan, little 3-bagger underway. Deandra looking to get there as well. Get that 10-pin out of there. Oh, Steph ringing the 10. Why that didn't get out of there, I have no idea. But we've talked about the patience needed here on this condition, and the ability to kind of sit back, find a way to fill your frames, avoid those big pitfalls. And this feels like a kind of a big spare here from Maria Belanova trying to get this game going. And I think that was the best course of action for that one, as tough as they've been playing for at the moment. But looking to get something going here. A couple of opens. That was a nice spare, and looking to save the back half of this game now. Emil, we have Shayna Ung and Daphne Tan here on the pair we're watching right now. We had a fun conversation during the Spokane Open between myself, Curtis, and Jason Thomas. And as someone who's been around and watched these players over the past 5 years or so, since they've been making their way regularly. That word. Goodness, it's only day 2.
Mercy.
Yes, who have someone who has watched them compete on a regular basis. There we go. Over the past couple of years, I thought it was a fun way to kind of look at Team Singapore and their success on the PWBA tour. But when you kind of look at all 6 players who are in the field this week, Golden Spokane last week, I find it pretty amazing that every one of them but Daphne has won. But Daphne's made a stepladder final at the Queens. But it feels pretty crazy that you kind of look at each of these players, and when you talk about who's been the dominant player from Singapore, it seems like each one of them has had like a little run throughout the course of the past 5 or 6 seasons where it's been like, okay, now if Shayna Ung was out here weekly, she'd be player of the year. And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, Sherry Tan, she's out here every week, she'd be player of the year. New Wei Finn, if she, pulled the whole season, would she have been player of the year in 2016? I think it's pretty crazy that they've just kind of like passed that on from player to player throughout the course of their runs here on the PWBA tour.
Yeah, that's interesting. When you put it in that perspective, yes, they each have had that run, and it seemed like, well, okay, this is the best player from their team. No, this is the best player. No, this is. Oh wait, so they're all the best player. Yes, that is the correct answer. I didn't get a chance to see Jazrael when she won. 15 was not out there at that moment, but very familiar with her, obviously from Wichita State at that particular time. And so with a PWBA tour back in that year of 2015, it only made sense that she would have that not only opportunity but certainly could win, and she did. And then it was that 16 year where the Queens always brings about some of the best players from the international realm, and then all of a sudden it's who's Bernice Lim and what's this Rubik's Cube about? And she went on obviously to win and handle the business. And since that moment, when you win a major, obviously that turns some heads, that opens some eyes. And it wasn't just Bernice Lim. Then it was about Singapore as a team and just how great the players are. And then people realizing that, that's Jazrael Tan that won last year. She just wasn't a member. But that's the same player that went to Wichita State, was a 4-time All-American, etc. And then, of course, Sherry Tan. And then, of course, later in 16, I should say, Wei did her thing at the Tour Championship. And it was just like, what? Wow. Not only are they great players, they're really awesome individuals. Mm-hmm. And I think that's really what puts it over the top. Because they're just so cool and down to earth. And enjoy, talking about random stuff, just like we all do. And having good conversations just like we all do. Jazrael Tan loves basketball.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah, so she loves Kobe. Little things like that. I mean, those are things that obviously make you relatable and make you still want to continue to have those type of conversations.
Now I gotta know. I gotta know what Jazzy's team is now. I guess was it the Lakers just for Kobe, or does she have a team out there as well?
I can't confirm that. So I'll ask her that specifically.
How about Deandra this game? 6 in a row now. 279 still out there.
I know she had some fans with Bonnie specifically, hoping that she would be able to turn things around today. And so far, so good in Game 3.
And in looking at kind of the scoring pace, once again, if you relate it to how we saw the scores yesterday, Deandra's she's -6 for her first 2 games. So even though it's still a minus total, you're looking at the block, she's gaining spots very quickly just by maintaining, and this is gonna make a big jump here, especially if she's able to finish out this 9th and 10th frame.
Without question. I mean, that's if you can do that every game, that's ultimately what you want. And again, if you can be around even in that opportunity, that's what you want. I liken it to my first experience at Junior Gold in 2005. I didn't know what to expect, but I talked to some athletes who had some experience in the event, and it was don't worry if your day one is not the best. With a solid day 2, you can jump 70 spots. And I didn't really believe it. So I think I don't remember what I did the first day, but it wasn't horrific by any stretch. But it was negative. Let's just say it was -50, 60. And at Junior Gold, you can find yourself in the 1,000th place. Especially around that time, there wasn't as many athletes. The next day I went like +40 and literally jumped 400. It was like some ridiculous jump. That example probably is extreme, but that's kind of what this feels like, where if you can figure it out, keep your opens to a minimum. Again, figure out a way to, not going to figure out a way to throw 7, 8 in a row every game. And if D is able to do that, and obviously, let's just put her down for the top 5.
She's saying, "Hold my coffee" to that.
Shout out to the EYT. But if she's able to do that every game, of course, the likelihood of that happening is not very high. But you take what you can get during that game, and then you fill the rest of the block with, as close to even as you can, and that's going to move you on up. I don't know if it's going to be quite like the Jeffersons. I don't know if you're going to get to the east side at the deluxe department in the sky, but you're going to move on up.
Fantastic. See, Emil, I'm just thinking of the time frame. If your first junior gold was 2005, you already had that championship ring from Lindenwood. Leadoff man.
2005 was a good year.
What was your little lead-in? Emil Williams, Chicago Communications.
Yeah,
is that what it was?
That's what they said. That's what
I would have been playing that clip over and over, just walking in, intimidation factor style.
It was funny. I mean, I was, from a junior gold perspective, definitely like a late bloomer because I didn't know much about the program until like late 2003. Then understood it 2004. Then I realized after qualifying how much really went into it and the planning and all of that good stuff where you spend a week in the city and you need to make sure you got a place to stay and all that. Like, all right, okay, we can't go this year. Okay, so then we plan better for next year. And I always say this, and I'll finish it out with, especially with Deandra, running a youth tour. Patty Mallerman, who still to this day, I believe, still volunteers at Junior Gold. She used to run what was called premier qualifying events. And those qualifying events included, I believe, $1,000 for your expenses. And without that, I won the event. And without that, no doubt, I probably wouldn't have made it that year either. But if not for Patty, and that's why it's so important, I give a lot of credit to those who run youth programs and tournaments and et cetera, because, Patty literally helped me get to Junior Gold. Without that tournament, I'm not sure I go. And Deandra is doing the same thing. And that's a good break, though. That's a good break. And I get back to Jason Thomas's good point. We'll finish up our Singapore discussion. In regards to live scoring, for this particular block, live scoring will be down. Crew is working to ensure that it will be all good for this evening's block. But a tough go at it late for Daria here. And over on 23 and 24, it's been mentioned in the chat. Missed a 10 pin and something on the left side. Almost missed a 4 pin or a 2 pin. Made it though, and she can get to the 2 O's. Crystal Elliott, what was a 1 open until the 10th frame. She's been finding herself with some weird 10th frames. That time she went 4-4 in the 10th. To finish the discussion, excellent game by Deandra, 257. To finish that up, Aaron, Jason said one of his favorite moments. JT, that is. Uh-oh. And maybe I can't get there on my trusty computer screen, which will allow me to scroll the chat.
It's been giving me some trouble, too. You might have to use the actual scroller on the far right.
Okay. All right. On the far right. There it is. JT said one of his favorite moments on tour was explaining baseball to the players from Singapore. When we took them to a minor league game at the Tour Championship. That was an excellent moment in time. Shout out to the Richmond Squirrels, I believe it is. The Flying Squirrels, specifically. A Blay affiliate of the San Francisco Giants. But as part of the Tour Championship festivities, players got a chance to take in some baseball, and there was JT right there explaining it. Doing the best he could do. It was great. Baseball is already a tough game to.
I'm sure JT was telling them all about Kirk Gibson in '88. Emil, I'm sure you were hopping in there talking about 2005 White Sox as the greatest team of all time. To disregard what's happened since then, prior to this year.
That was funny. No, that was really a good time. And forgot about that too. The Shannon O'Keefe threw out one of the first pitches, if you will. He was the representative of the PWBA. All the players that were introduced and stuff. It was pretty cool. Announced on the field. And then Shannon, goes out, first pitch time. And I'm talking about just flat laser. Just flat laser right down the middle. She was definitely ready to pitch that day. Like, she could have pitched. Good times on the PWBA tour. It's times like that, Aaron. And you've been to the Tour Championship. Some of the things that happen off the lanes, some of those memories that you create, those are the things that make it extra special.
Indeed. Game 4 getting ready to get underway. And basketball fan Jazzy Tan going to be joining us here along with Brianna Kote, Katie Jensen, Misaki Mukutani, Amber Wurs, and Shannon O'Keefe. Get you the full lineup across the house. And to Brian in the chat, you are very welcome. Glad you enjoyed that fantastic clip from the 2005 Intercollegiate Team Championships. The higher energy first shot from Emil Williams Jr. really setting the tone for the Lindenwood Lions on their way to victory against Fresno State.
Y'all are wild for continuing to watch that video. Oh, that was 16 years ago. That in itself is just what? Incredible.
Running through the other channels, as we mentioned, we're behind 13 through 16 right now. On 17 through 20, Ashley Galante, New Wave Fenn, Elise Bolton, Shayna Ung, Stephanie Johnson, and Maria Bolanova. On 21 through 24, Daphne Tan, Deandra Aspady, Christy Leong, Karen Adolphson, Missy Parkin, and Lindsay Boomershine. On 25 through 28, Jordan Richard, Brianna Clemmer, Annalise O'Brien, Shannon Pluhowski, Roberta Van, and Jennifer Hokersack. On 29 through 32, Summer Jasmine, AJ Shock, Daria Payuk, Crystal Elliott, Stephanie Zavala, and Clara Guerrero. Then on 33 through 36, Sapphire Nofuente, Verity Crawley, Jen Higgins, Johanna Puentes, Shalyn Zolkifli, and Rocio Restrepo. Here is our first look today at Shannon O'Keefe, two-time reigning PWBA Player of the Year. He's had a memorable moment or two at the Tour Championship. The only two-time winner at that event kicks things off here in Game 4 with a strike. Nice shot there from Katie Jensen.
I'm sold on Katie Jensen, Aaron. Just saying, I don't know. I think it's the release for me. She always seems very positive. I like positivity.
Mm-hmm. Oh. Cote showing off the spare shooting skills, taking care of that 4-9.
Ended up shooting 229 that game. Game 3 specifically. I mentioned her earlier as being off to a good start.
And folks, we do have a score update now available through 3 games here in round 2. 11 games overall for our B squad competitors. Daria Payuk has reclaimed the top spot on the squad. She's at plus 143 after 204. Stephanie Johnson at plus 131. Shayna Ung at plus 106. And then on the strength of that 229 game 4, Brianna Cote plus 82. Shannon Pluhowski plus 22. Stephanie Zavala plus 4. Jen Higgins minus 23. Rocio at minus 27, as is Jordan Richard. Verity Crawley minus 34. Clara Guerrero minus 36. Lindsay Boomershine and Masaki Mukutani at minus 37. Daphne Tan minus 42. Elise Bolton minus 48. Deandra now at minus 49. 651 for her first 3 games after that 257. And then Shalyn Zolkifli at minus 50. Gonna guess nothing's going to approach that 257 or that 229. A couple of 2 teams out there for Lindsay Boomershine and Masaki Mukutani. 206 Shannon O'Keefe. Summer Jasmine 218 that game. Not a lot of numbers out there.
No, that 250 very well could be the high game on the block. Obviously, we'll find out. But to think about where D has already come from, meaning the ground she's made up, especially in comparison to how she started yesterday. She started with 130 yesterday. And now it's plus 51 for 3 games here this morning. Probably doing it for Madden too. I believe it's Madden's birthday today. And the entire Azabedi family made the trip to the Bay Area this week. Sometimes you just need a new day. What a difference a day makes, as we all say. Folks, yesterday, last night, really, I was referencing a few times throughout the broadcast, both morning and night, about the PWBA Bowl TV chat space on Facebook. And I had dropped basically a post and just asked any topics, particularly that Aaron and I may be able to run through, talk about, etc. during the long week. We did have a few suggestions. So one was, of course, last night I talked about how great Aaron was. That was one of the topics. And so at some point we'll discuss something else. I think today Dan Hawk mentioned was curious about what PWBA players do in the off season or other careers, other professions that they may hold. I think we'll get into that a little bit more as well. If you have any others, please use that great group to post your comments. Obviously, you can post it here too. Selwyn is here. Larry L has joined us. Appreciate everybody tuning in as always here on Bowl TV. This is game 4 of 8. Squad won this morning, 40 feet. That's the distance for today's battle, the 40-foot flat. What would be a very traditional U.S. Women's Open, U.S. Open type pattern and type environment. To write those down. Mike Dole is watching. Judy Stenhouse is back with us. Hello to all. So we watch O'Keefe. A couple of splits now for Shannon. Instead of writing, I'm just going to take photos. That's probably much easier, right? Two good topics or questions from Joe and M130. Hey, Robert, appreciate you. John is back in the building. John said he'd be watching like today, like he told me yesterday he would be. A man of his word. Looking on this pair, Katie Jensen, you see clean. There's been a few red circles. Some games across the building for players have had a few more red circles than they certainly would have liked. But I think that's part of today. Daria Payok again off to another good start. Front four down on a 29 and 30. Unfortunately, Mr. Singleton in fifth. Hello, Brian. JT throwing back or tossing back some throwback video, I should say. We had a brief convo about Team Singapore. JT referenced teaching baseball, took him to a minor league baseball game. We also mentioned that Shannon O'Keefe threw out the first pitch on behalf of the PWBA that day. And there is a link. You can check that out as well. Larry, thank you so much. Appreciate you. There's Jazreel. Good shot. Into the back-to-back splits. Back on the spare train. A strike in the seventh. Well, K strikes in the seventh, so we got a couple players looking for their first double. Southie hasn't had really much, no trouble, I should say, putting a few strikes on the board. Again, just staying away from Splitsville has been trouble for many today. And just I say that that's a split that, although a baby version, no one really enjoys shooting 310s. Here's Amber Hurst. Jordan Richard looks to have a solid grip on what's happening, at least on 25 and 26 at the moment, but she can't buy a double either. Hey, Ray, appreciate you. I know Judy had mentioned that same question. My young ones are doing well. For those that don't know, I now have two young lads at home. Trey is now 2 years old as of August 6th. His little brother Enzo is now 8 months, also as of August 6th. They don't have the same birthday, but they were born on the same day of the month.
I can't fathom that Trey is now 2.
It happens quickly, as every parent in the world told me it would.
I still vividly remember where I was when you sent the picture, because we were busy unloading the truck at Executive Strike and Spare in Louisville, Kentucky. It's like you knew we needed that boost in the sweltering heat. So we're taking hamper after hamper out of there to get the live stream gear in the building.
Yeah, long time since 2019, which is odd, and of course it's because we were missing a year, of course, of 2020. I think I was able to just pinpoint, Aaron, the time that you guys are going to be unloading that truck. It was just me saying I'm just not going to be there, so I'm just going to hit them where it hurts. But do it in the most pleasant and subtle way possible. How can you get upset about a newborn photo?
This is true. And that just so happened. Trey's photo also got on the CBS Sports Network show and Dash Roll 300. So
he's linked.
It's all linked together.
Greatness.
Trey, my man.
I mentioned Jordan Richard having what looks to be one of the best looks at the moment, but cannot buy a double. Just absolutely wrapped a vicious 10-pin on 25 and 26. Barbara, thank you. It is the best job I have. It's actually like the only thing I now post about on social media too. The majority of my posts involve the kids. Jen Hokersack, by the way, Aaron Smith, has gone 6-spare, 5-bagger, 9-spare. Strike. Potentially can get to 269. He'll be in the 9th frame pretty soon. That is correct about Shannon, as everyone is referencing in the chat. Oh. Speaking of Shannon, right on cue.
Sets up the 10th with the double. 2 10s still out there. Cote 225. These 10 frames are just seem to be magnified here on this condition with the scoring pace, and that hit feels like an extra. You know, it's an extra at least 10 on the scoreboard, but it just seems they're so hard to come by. It's actually feeling more like 30, 40 pins when you're able to put those together like that.
Yeah, and you know, giving them away is tough. I've already seen several players do it. And we're just into game 4. As we watch Brianna Cote solidify what has been overall a very good game, including a split make in frame 2. Excellent shot there.
Going to be in the 220s and picking up some steam this block. 195, 172 before the 229. Now she's actually going to get north of plus 100 here. Enter this game at plus 82, so Cote cruising at the halfway point. Shannon asking for some hold, getting it. It's 221 there for Cote. Gonna get to plus 103.
Nicely done. Good shot there for Katie. You wouldn't want her to get into or dip into the 160s after a really nice start to this game. Obviously, the lone split in the 7th. The open in the 9th. One more should be in the 180s.
And O'Keefe with the double, just chipping away at that minus total. One more, she'll be at minus 70. The cut number dropping, just continuing to get a little bit closer and closer to that 24th spot.
Update on Jennifer Hokersack. Had left a 6-10 in the 10th frame. And such has been the case today. Chopped it in the 10th frame. 235. Fortunately for Daria, that has been the missed bears have been the bugaboo today.
Emil, how are we looking for the rest of the house right now?
We've got Stephanie Johnson just threw her final shot. Shayna Hung with 2 shots left on 19 and 20. 31 and 32. Yeah, I would say 31 to 30. Oh wait, no, can't do that. We can go 33 to 36. That's probably the best. It's going to get us the most bolt.
All right, looks like we have Sapphire No Fuente up in her 10th frame. Shalyn Zolkeefly. Johanna Puentes, far right of your screen. Jan Higgins, get that 10 pin out of there. Verity starting off her 10th frame with a 4 pin. Her max 173. Higgins finishes with 219. Sapphire 160. $188 for Shalyn. Johanna 159. And here's Rocio. Oh. So, folks, as we wrap up, game 4 here. This 40-foot condition has certainly been challenging in its own right for our competitors out here at the U.S. Women's Open. Let us know in the chat. Have you ever bowled on a condition this demanding before? And how'd you do? Have you ever bowled on a condition this tough? And how did you fare out there on the lanes?
That's a good question.
Heading back to 13 through 16 as they are underway in Game 5. The lineup across the house. As we can see here on 13 through 16, Roberta Van, Jennifer Hokersack, Shannon Pluhowski, AJ Schock, Summer Jasmine, and Daria Payuk. Over on 17 through 20, Crystal Elliott, Stephanie Zavala, Clara Guerrero, Sapphire Nofuente, Jen Higgins, and Verity Crawley. On 21 through 24, Johanna Puentes, Rocio Restrepo, Shalene Zulkifli, Amber Wurz, Misaki Mukutani, and Shannon O'Keefe. On 25 through 28, Brianna Cote, Katie Jensen, Jazreel Tan, Ashley Galante, Elise Bolton, and New Wave Fenn. On 29 through 32, Stephanie Johnson, Shayna Ung, Maria Bolanova, Daphne Tan, Deandra Aspady, and Christy Leong. And then on 33 through 36, Karen Adolphson, Lindsay Boomershine, Missy Parkin, Jordan Richard, Brianna Clemmer, and Annalise O'Brien.
Every time I hear Annalise's name, I can't help but think about my wife, who got me involved in watching How to Get Away with Murder.
This is all intriguing and odd, but go ahead.
Where the main character's name is Annalise Keating.
Oh, okay.
There were a few times I almost said Keating instead of O'Brien yesterday.
Well, excellent catch there then.
But if we can get Viola Davis to come down as Annalise Keating and compete in the U.S. Women's Open, I mean, I think we would have some additional media coverage. Hey, Carl, appreciate you. No need to apologize, but I appreciate you for that. Liz Colkin has not taken the lanes yet today. She will be in tonight's squad. She will begin at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Liz had herself a real nice day yesterday. Strong finish to that block to get into the top 10. Finished the day in 7th place overall, plus 102.
I'm going to hop in this question about difficult patterns there in 1 second. I am going to tie a bow on the we were talking about Singapore. I mentioned Jasril Tan, basketball, Kobe, etc. I just asked if she does. Certainly loves Kobe. Although she didn't follow basketball as much as she follows football, which of course is known as soccer here in the United States. But she does enjoy basketball. Definitely loves Kobe. And one person with perhaps a Mamba mentality is going to join us now. And Mr. Matt McNeil.
Hey guys.
How you doing?
I'm all right. How are you guys doing?
Well, probably a little better than you, considering you're responsible for getting the best athletes in the best possible positions to do some good stuff here on this condition. And we'll start there. It looks tough, man. How tough is it out there?
I was just consulting my notes so I could talk on a very intelligent and technical level with you guys. And this is what I got for notes here. Okay. Yeah.
It's hard if you cannot see them.
Yeah, that's my notes here. Okay. Hard. Yeah, 40 feet flat on a surface that's hooks a lot, and the middles are very crowned, and the outs want to hang. So, yeah, that's hard. That's a recipe for very difficult bowling. You got to be very skillful. I think rotation's really important, using lower differential balls right now that'll not fight you front to back and be a little smoother down lane. So that means pins, pin down, like pin underneath your fingers in 17, 18, 19 to 10-ish, 9-ish. And you just got to rotate it and try to get it down the lane, try to get it to hit the 1-3, and then try to clean up what you don't knock over. And that's really the game plan right now.
Matt, we just got a score update after 4 games here, 12 overall. Brianna Cote has found a little something in her past 2 games, 229 and 221. She's one of just, it looks to be 3 players plus so far on this block. Talk a little bit about what Bree's been doing the past couple of games to get lined up a little bit here and make a run. She's plus 103 now.
Yeah, Bree is using a Ordnance C4 from 900 Global. It's kind of like a medium diff hybrid for us, and that fits in really good on these types of patterns where you need something that's going to get down the lane but still be very smooth and very forward off the lane, off the back end of the pattern. Also, she naturally gets around it a little more, but she has just the right amount of tilt, so the ball clears the front part of the lane, but is then nice and smooth on the back part of the lane. And that's exactly what you need right now. And she's matching up and making a lot of great shots, making some splits, and she's doing what she does very, very well. Control the pocket and make a lot of spares and make a few splits. So she's doing all the right things right now.
I would ask you that same question, but just about a different athlete, and that would be Deandra Asbeatty. Big 257 in game 3, which has certainly helped overall. But considering Dee's start yesterday, and obviously what she's doing today, what's been the difference and what's worked for her today too?
Well, she can use her axis tilt to her strength today, and that's, once again, I'm going back to Brie Cote, a little more axis tilt, but she can, get it from point A to point B, but then it's still a little more forward. Deandra's using a very shiny idle rotogrip, and by rotogrip, and she's able to get the ball down the lane, but then it's really nice and smooth and slow response off the end of the pattern, so it's not wanting to change directions or give you the big X. So that's exactly what we're looking for out there. That's the reaction and shape that we're trying to create with the players, using their hands, using their speed, their loft, and making sure their launch angles for the front are correct, and then getting the right tools in their hands so at least they can start seeing or do see some of the good, some good ball reactions so that they can get their swing loose and repeat.
Now, Matt, with what you guys have seen out here so far, Obviously, only 3 players on a pair. So, what's kind of the projection for the end of this block as far as how big are the moves going to be by the time we get to Game 7, Game 8?
You know, it's tough to say. They haven't really. I mean, I think they're developing a little more in the middle part of the lane right now, and it's becoming a little more hospitable. I saw a few strings. Saw a few more 200s that last round. So I think the players, are going to be getting into 18, 19, 20, but it's so darn flat in that middle part of the lane there. Hopefully there's enough traffic around the 17, 18, 19 zone to develop a little something that the players can use to create a little hold and to have something to kind of help their ball get back up towards the pocket. It's hard. It's really hard out there right now. So I don't know if there's going to be an extreme amount of getting way left and lofting and that type of stuff. I think it's just going to be balling down, using ball speed and using hand, and staying in that zone.
For those who specifically like to know what equipment, you mentioned a couple of different items for Bree, D, etc. Have you seen any other bowling balls from your particular brands that have worked well to this point?
Yeah, IQ Tours, Hustles, Hustle Camo, Hustle Wine, IQ Emeralds, IQ Tour Nanos. Generally, all are lower differential balls. And when I say differential, that means flare potential. The higher the diff number, the more flare potential you have. We're looking for balls that don't want to flare a whole lot. We want balls that are going to be nice and smooth and stay on line, because that's 9/10 of the battle right now, is getting the ball down to the end of the pattern without it wanting to hook prematurely. So that's when those balls really come into play.
All right, Matt. One more quick one before we let you go. Since we're watching her right now, Daria Payuk putting together a real nice game here in Game 5, 6 out of 7. Tell us a little bit about what she's using out there today.
I haven't seen. I've been actually working with some other players, so I haven't really seen her. I'm looking around. Where is she?
15 and 16.
15, 16.
Is that anywhere closer where you guys are at?
Yep.
Kind of.
I just clouded her because she just washed out. So I think she's using like a phase 2. That's what it kind of looked like from the side. So that would be, that's another medium ball for us. Not a ton of diff, but she's really using her hand. She's taking some hand out of the ball. She's in around 19, 20, getting into about 10, taking some hand out of the ball so that she can play that zone and then just be nice and forward, nice and smooth with it. And I think that's how she's able to conquer this pattern. Is it's not 100% on the release factor. It's really taking some hand out of it and allowing the ball to get down the lane and then be really nice and smooth off the end of the pattern.
All right, Mr. McNeil, as always, we appreciate you stopping by here on bowltv.com. Thank you for showing us your top secret notebook there with all the notes on this pattern. And I want to say, as always, the shells are looking good. So continue to rock them, continue to fight the good fight there. But thanks for joining us as always, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, Matt.
Four letters, Aaron. One word. Hard. Open frame there for Daria as well.
That's pretty close to my favorite prediction of all time. Which I think you already know what I'm referring to.
Pain.
Oh, Rocky 3.
This is not the proper conversation to have here, but Clubber Lane is one of the most underrated villains of all time.
No doubt.
The guy needed a spinoff. Like in today's world, Clubber Lane would have a spinoff show. He would have a movie. Good to see Chris Pulliam back in business here. I know he's been busy with real life. Thanks for joining us today, CP.
As we mentioned when Matt hopped on the broadcast, we did get a score update. We mentioned Brianna Cote, one of just 3 players plus at the moment. Plus 17, she has jumped all the way to 3rd place overall for B Squad, currently sitting 5th. Overall, A Squad obviously has yet to take the lanes. Daria Payuk has been in the 2-0s the past couple of games at plus 146, so looking to add on to that here in game number 5. She looks to bounce back after the washout. It's going to have a 10 pin to shoot at in the 9th. Shayna Ung plus 106. Cote at plus 103. Stephanie Johnson at plus 101. Missy Park. Wow, that's a big jump after that. Next, only those 4 players. So 4 players on B Squad are plus right now. They're all at least plus 100. The next closest competitor is minus 2. Wow, that's a sizable jump. Missy Parkin minus 2. She's at 812 for the block, so she started off strong. 217, 220. Pair 180 games after that. Stephanie Zavala minus 4. Jen Higgins minus 4. Shannon Puhowski minus 7. Claire Guerrero minus 31. Jordan Richard minus 34. Lindsay Boomershine minus 37. Elise Bolton minus 61. Shalyn Zilkeefley minus 62. Verity Crawley minus 65. Deandra 179 that last game. Now at minus 70, as is Shannon O'Keefe. Deandra 830 for her 4 games on the strength of that 257 performance. The high block so far here on the 40-foot flat. But we do see a couple of decent scores out there. As we mentioned, Jen Hokersack, 235 last game. Annalise O'Brien, 212. Summer Jasmine, 214. Christy Leong, 215. Fortunately, those players are a little bit farther back in the standings, so going to need a few more just like that to make a move. Shannon O'Keefe, we watched her shoot 210. 205 for Guerrero. Jen Higgins, 216.
I was going to say, Aaron, to either Shannon was aware that we had a little convo about her softball, pitching, etc. skills. She can shoot 279. 8 out of 9 for reigning 2-time Player of the Year. Over on 23 and 24 for those of you who may want to check her out. Jason Thomas said that Glover Lang effectively basically had a spinoff. The A-team. That no.
I'm gonna have to call shenanigans on that.
Yep. I want to see
because he was likable in that.
Right.
There was nothing to like about Clubber Lang.
Clubber Lang was from the hood in the shop. Give me my home. Bring it to me.
There was never that moment where you thought, okay, he's a decent guy. It just never happened in that movie. Everything was, I enjoyed his ambition.
Yeah. I mean, there's some backstory there that just could have been told.
But there was never that moment where you felt like you wanted to root for the guy.
Yeah, I mean, and you would get that in that movie. You know,
we got there with Apollo. You know, Apollo was very arrogant in the early going, but you know, we came to respect Apollo, came to love Apollo.
He's going down.
Even we're getting into Rocky IV now.
Yeah.
Why can I think of his I'm blanking on his name right now.
Drago.
Like he even had that moment with Drago later in the fight when you know all the folks are coming to him from the military and the government, and he's like, "I'm doing this for me." And you're like, "All right, good for you, Drago."
For me.
But I didn't have that moment with Clubber Lang. I want to know more.
gonna close the book on this potential tangent that we could continue to be on. But before we do that, actually, Shelly may be having some issues here. Shelly, let's see. Have you seen that one before, Aaron?
It depends on potentially the orientation that you're holding the iPad. If it's basically kind of in desktop mode where you're seeing the navigation below the video, if there's an opportunity to click on a little arrow to kind of push it further down. But if not, if you want to maybe flip it to the other side, see if you get the 4-box window pane in the top right-hand corner, similar to what it will look like on the cell phone. Perhaps that would be the best way to find that spot, to get to all the channels and be able to select 33 through 36. But it is definitely live and available right now. So it might be a matter of just switching it to kind of get to cell phone mode. By going, if you're watching it horizontally, switch it up to vertical for a second. I think that might switch up the user controls, if you will.
Thank you for sharing that. Hello, Wilfredo. Well, we're going to have a couple of games of 240 and 250, Aaron Smith. You want to, that one's going to be over soon. This one's going to be over soon as well. Let's see. Well, 33 to 36, that seemed to be the channel that always has a few frames remaining.
Few frames remaining. Daria finished with 231, so she's going to continue on her strong day.
Good stuff here for Daria. 246 from Brianna Cote.
Woo!
255 for Shannon O'Keefe.
Woo!
Yeah.
O'Keefe. Right in the mix of things now. Let's go. 255 puts her at minus 15. It's going to jump her 15 spots. Rough estimate. Let's see what we got here. We got Brianna Clemmer, Annalise O'Brien, and Jordan Richard over on 35 and 36 to your right. Karen Adolphson, Lindsay Boomershine, and Missy Parkin on 33 and 34 to your left.
What's up, Sean? It's a good observation there, Brad. It'll be one thing to watch for certainly this evening.
A shot there from Annalise. She can get to 213. Clemmer in the books at 220. Jordan looking at the always challenging 3, 6, 9, 10 for a chance to get to 192. Missy with the strike, and then the ninth can get to 211. One of 3 players plus on the block. Jordan going to finish with 181 for the miss spare.
Looks like Stephanie Zavala is going to be in the 2 teens. CO can get to the 2 teens. I think there were just a lot of strikes thrown on 23, 24, 25, and 26, which is why they are done early as opposed to some other pairs.
.202 finish for O'Brien. Here's Parkin. Oh. Little trip 4. Never hurt anybody. Those are the hits today. Take them and run. She can cash it in, add one more. Oh, one more time for good measure. Take it to the bank, Missy. One more to get to 211. Get on the right side of plus. She entered this game at -2. Plus 12 for the block. And all 3 for good measure. Tripping 4s and taking names. The new Bull TV slogan coined by Dasha Kovalova. Back at the Queens. Missy Parkin living that motto right there in the 10th frame. 211. She's going to get to +9. Plus 23 on the block. Lindsay Boomershine, 224. Her max score. Let's go. Could be a big swing game for Lindsay as well at -37. She's going to get to plus for the block as well. She was -8 for her first 4 games, -37 overall. So will be plus for the block after this. Can get to minus 13 with 2 more. $213, the final tally for Lindsay. She's going to move to minus 24, get plus for the block. As we head into game number 6. Heading back to 13 through 16. We're actually going to see a couple of these players once again. So across the house here for game number 6. (13 through 16). Got Karen, Lindsay, and Missy, along with Jordan, Brianna, and Annalise back for another look. 17 through 20, Roberta Van, Jennifer Hokersack, Shannon Puhowski, Summer Jasmine, AJ Shock, and Daria Payuk. 21 through 24, Crystal Elliott, Clara Guerrero, Stephanie Zavala, Sapphire Nofuente, Verity Crawley, and Jen Higgins. 25 through 28, Johanna Puentes, Rocio Restrepo, Shalyn Zolkeefli, Amber Wurs, Misaki Mukotani, and Shannon O'Keefe. 29 through 32, Katie Jensen, Brianna Cote, Jazriel Tan, Ashley Galante, Nue Fenn, Elise Bolton. 29 through 32, Stephanie Johnson, Shayna Ung, 33 through 36, Stephanie Johnson, Shayna Ung, Maria Bolanova, Daphne Tan, Deandra Aspady, and Christy Leon.
Here, an important reminder here. I forgot to tell you this though, so it's good. This is good for you in general. Before we began competition this morning, Nathan Bohr came down. Of course, you recall our conversation where he described today's pattern as essentially the monster or a monster. He came in today with a new, perhaps even more relatable analogy to compare and liken this pattern to, aka the monster. And he mentioned the Beast from The Sandlot.
Oh,
Whereas if you, you respect the Beast, you'll be able to keep the pins. If not, Beast could run and take the pins like he took Don Babe Ruth baseball.
oh, get that 9-pin out of there. So what you're saying is, with that comparison, that when you look at this pattern on the graph, it looks like it's a 10-foot tall dog that eats everything metal ever and will take down houses and fences. But in reality, if you're nice to your spare ball and make good shots throughout the course of the block, at the end it turns into just a normal sized dog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Lovable, kind, easy to get along with.
Very interesting. I like that.
But he said, well, whenever we're ready, he'll be happy to discuss that. So.
All about that energy. Yes, we will have to have Nathan on for sure. What would bowling's edition of the Sandlot look like? What would it be called for starters? Am I taking this too far or not far enough? My mind has been racing now, thinking about that memorable movie from my childhood and how it could be turned into bowling.
I think the only thing about it is it would have to be indoors, which I probably wouldn't like.
Well, we've seen a U.S. Women's Open in the outdoors, so.
True.
Spare ball was also very important for that one. Won by Kelly Kulick, 2012. Over there in Reno on Virginia Street, right under the Reno Arch. Over Missy Parkin in the title match. We do have a score update available here. After 5 games, Daria Payuk does move into the overall lead as she continues to lead B squad. That 231 game pushes her to plus 177. Brianna Cote, her last 3 games, she's gone 96 over her last 3, 229, 221, and 246. She's now at plus 149. Overall, Shayna Ung at plus 112. Third on the squad, Stephanie Johnson plus 98. Then we go all the way down to Stephanie Zavala at plus 12. Missy Parkin plus 9. Shannon O'Keefe with that big 255 game, now at minus 15. So only 6 players on B squad, plus overall through 13 games. But plenty of players right there. Shan Pluhowski minus 21, Lindsey Boomershine minus 24. Jen Higgins minus 41, Clara Guerrero minus 46, Elise Bolton minus 47, Jordan Richard minus 53, Rocio minus 69, Brianna Clemmer minus 80. Cote now plus 63 overall for the block. She started with 195 and 172 before her current run. Daria's 14 over for the block. Missy 23 over for the block. Shannon O'Keefe 24 over. Lindsey Boomershine 5 pins on the right side, a plus for the block. Deandra 16 over. She's now at minus 84 overall. So that looks to be it for Players Plus. All right, folks. I'm going to take a quick second to bring in Jason Thomas, JT. He's got something on site from Double Decker Lanes. JT, hello, good sir. How are you?
I'm doing well, Aaron. How are you?
Doing all right.
Good,
Watching some
good.
bowling, having a good time.
Yeah, I've been listening to you guys while doing some other things. I did peek my head out from behind the black curtain where we're doing TV stuff, but ran into Deandra Asbady coming out of the curtain on the other side, and I just said, "Hey, great bowling so far. You're on the curve. You're about 300 over right now compared to everybody else." And I'll tell you, normally I don't go on the air. I made a prediction last night after we were done for the day with you guys, and normally I wouldn't reveal what that prediction was because it was so horribly wrong. But I thought I just did not think the scores would be this low today. I thought, and it was funny because I was talking to Deandra and she kind of felt the same way. She said, it doesn't seem like they're that crazy hard. They're just tricky. But if you look down the leaderboard, I mean, there's 3 players plus at least through 4 games. So I didn't expect the scores to be this low. I think your prediction, Aaron, of the cut only going down about 15 pins is going to be about as wrong as my prediction last night.
Also true, yes.
But I do think, to bring it full circle, you really do have to kind of think of Rocky 3 and Clubber Lang. The players are. It's like the first fight with Rocky, right? This is they're getting pummeled by Clubber Lang, and they need to kind of go into that rope-a-dope strategy, kind of absorb the punishment and brace themselves for it, and then come back this last 4 games and now that they should be a little bit more. Maybe the lanes are tired at this point, as the analogy. And Matt McNeil kind of said they're starting to, I wouldn't say open up, but settle down a little bit. This is their chance to kind of punch back, and they really have to look to tomorrow, where I think the scores are going to be much higher, and just get through the middle rounds here so that they can punch back in fight number 2 with Clubber Lang tomorrow.
Wow.
That's all I got. That's the best I could do.
Boxing has been a bit of a theme. We started talking about or using boxing analogies to kind of describe the week. And we're in the middle of the middle rounds here.
Yeah, for sure. So that's all I had. I'm just kind of with you guys watching from the sidelines, just really really amazed that the scores are this difficult. But man, this is the U.S. Open at its finest right now.
True USWO. Currently ongoing. JT, thanks for dropping in there. Emil, should I have told him that my prediction was based off of his prediction last night?
Well, probably.
That's all right. Upon looking at it afterward, I quickly realized my prediction is way too low. But stranger things have happened.
Higgins just tossed a very nice shot over on 23 and 24. She struggled a little bit today also. Back a lot. But again, we've said that about multiple individuals. Did you run through scores already? Yeah, you did that, yeah?
We did cover that, yes.
I feel like that's the 800th time I've somehow missed that.
That's okay, though. It's teamwork.
Daria's got a very interesting game going. With gutter spare, 3-bagger, 9 spare double. Update on Shannon O'Keefe. Well, she's going to be entering the 10th frame here pretty soon, and she could be looking at back-to-back 250s. For those paying attention over on 27 and 28, that's where Shannon is currently. To her right is Brianna Cote, who shot 240 last game, 246 to be exact. 1 open for Bree and 1 strike just this game. Feels like Paula may have missed the scores too, Aaron. Can we run those again? Just in case, for those who may have just joined us.
Can do. Daria Payuk, after 231, is now at plus 177, leading the way on B squad. Brianna Cote, who's gone 96 over her last 3 games and is leading the way overall on the block. She's plus 63 for her 5 games so far, plus 149 overall. Shayna Ung, third on the block, plus 112. Stephanie Johnson, plus 98. And then we go all the way down to Stephanie Zavala at plus 12 and Missy Parkin at plus 9. So just 6 players on B squad, plus overall at the moment through 13 games. However, Shannon O'Keefe, after 255 last game, and she's actually gone 71 over her last 3 to get to minus 15. Shannon Pluhowski at minus 21. Lindsay Boomershine, minus 24. Jen Higgins, minus 41. Clara Guerrero, minus 46. Elise Bolton, minus 47. Jordan Richard, minus 53. Some of the top scores here on B Squad overall through 5. Brianna Clemmer had 220 last game. And can get into the 230s here with one more strike as she steps up. Her second shot of the 10th. Four pin going to stand 225. But Clemmer in certainly within striking range of this cut number with the way it's been looking so far. She'll be at minus 55 with the spare. Slow start, but has put together the last two, 220, 225. She looks to maintain her spot in the race for Rookie of the Year. Stephanie Zavala leading the way so far. Clemmer in second, then a bit of a drop off to third place. Maria Bolanova currently holding on to that spot.
I'll make that 255 and 236.
Woo!
For Shannon O'Keefe.
She's going to hop over to the right side of plus. 236 means plus 21, I believe.
Brianna Cote is going to be in the 180s. Katie Jensen got a chance to get in the 250. She'll need to throw two in the 10th. She's working on a five-bagger. I feel like I might have to stop talking about Katie when she's in the 10th frame. Last couple of times I've mentioned it, it resulted in splits.
Don't do it again, Emil. Katie's too nice to for you to be doing that to her.
I know. I'm not trying to bring such undue anguish. Oh, Lindsay Boomershaw's just been kind of doing her thing today, yeah.
Yeah, she moved to +5 for the block yesterday. At the end of last game. And it's kind of been hanging around right in the mix for what looks like that 24th spot will be when everything is all said and done today. She actually is the 24th spot right now at -24, but 2-0, 170, 212, 2-0, 213. Fighting the good fight, but is in another one of these situations we talked about. How important these 10 frames can be when you've got a couple of strikes working. 224 versus 2-0 if you don't get the first hit. It's a big 20 out here right now.
Indeed, it is. It's it hasn't been the best percentage, I would say. The conversion rate of players capitalizing in the 10th frame hasn't been very good today.
See if Lindsay can get that first one. Gonna leave the 2-pin. 203 still out there. Got the 10-pin out of there. So just a single pin here to stay plus for the block and get a little bit closer to that even mark. See the names beginning to pop up for Game 7.
I think Deandra is on back 4. She looks to be clean. I think that's at least 220. I think she's over on 35 and 36.
Do we have time to make it over there?
We never really have time. Yeah, we do.
All right, there we go. There's the enthusiasm.
We can at least see the score.
That was a nice little 4-bagger in there at the end of the game. Clean as well. Yeah, there we go. Let's call it 227.
Continues to add to a very, no pun intended, a very plus day for D. There you see the schedule, though.
8 p.m. Eastern, that next round, A squad making its return. New Way Fenn, Elise Bolton, and Ashley Galante up 13 and 14. Maria Bolanova, Shayna Ung, and Stephanie Johnson on 15 and 16. (17 through 20), you can find Daphne Tan, Deandra Asbeatty, Christy Leong, Karen Adolphson, Lindsay Boomershine, and Missy Parkin. 21 through 24, Jordan Richard, Brianna Clemmer, Annalise O'Brien, Roberta Van, and Jennifer Hokersack, and Shannon Pluhowski. 25 through 28, Summer Jasmine, AJ Shuck, Daria Payuk, Crystal Elliott, Stephanie Zavala, and Clara Carrera. 29 through 32, Sapphire Nofuente, Verity Crawley, Jen Higgins, Johanna Puentes, Rocio Restrepo, and Shalyn Zolkifli. Then on 33 through 36, Amber Wurz, Misaki Mukotani, Shannon O'Keefe, Brianna Cote, Katie Jensen, and Jazriel Tan. We do have a score update available now online. Daria Payuk continues to lead the way, plus 176, plus 13 on the squad. so far through 6 games. Rihanna Cote, plus 138. She's 52 over for 6. Shayna Ung, plus 105. Stephanie Johnson, plus 94. Shannon O'Keefe, 60 over for the block, now at plus 21. Missy Parkin, plus 12. Stephanie Zavala, plus 12. Jen Higgins, minus 19. Shan Pluhowski, minus 19. Lindsay Boomershine, minus 43. Clara Guerrero, minus 49. Jordan Richard, minus 51. With O'Keefe and Cote leading the block so far, let's you can actually catch them on 33 through 36. Let's head over there and tune in to them for a little bit.
All right, good people. As we mentioned, we would have Nathan Bohr at the beginning of Game 7. And he is here. Can you hear me? Uh-oh.
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
All right.
I can hear you.
We got it. We got it figured out this time. It didn't take 90 seconds to get me on the air.
And to be honest, yesterday I didn't even realize we had 2 headsets hooked up over there.
Oh.
So I was pressing 2.
Well, then I chose wisely today.
Well, you did.
Yeah.
You did. Because you're a smart guy. Speaking of being smart,
Yeah.
I know that everyone is trying to be smart today.
Yeah.
On this particular lane condition. What have you seen, and then what have you been advising, or how did you advise certain players today on how to, take what you can get, hopefully, and make it look good in some capacity?
Yeah. You kind of have to make it look good. You kind of have to throw that out the window because you're not going to get good ball reaction, not good consistent ball reaction. You got to find a way to get it 3 or 4 inches right of the pocket. Let it pick up and roll forward into the pocket, and if you flat 10, you got to be okay with it, because anytime you try and not flat 10, you leave a 3-10 or worse. So, yeah, just be okay. Be okay hitting the pocket. Make a lot of spares, and hopefully make some hard ones, some buckets, some 3, 6, 9, 10, some washouts, stuff like that.
Have you seen those type of spare combinations made today? I've seen a few missed.
Quite a few missed. Yeah. They're you almost kind of have to have a different mindset too, because a lot of the times if you leave a 2-8, okay, just like 2 or 3 are with your feet, maybe a little slower. I should make it every time, but there's no real pattern out there. So I've taken to going straight at the 2-8, at the 3, 6, 9, 10, at the bucket, because anytime you try and hook it, you're bringing a lot of things into play that aren't in your control.
So yesterday we talked about what to expect in this pattern.
Yeah.
On this condition, and we described it as a monster. Then I followed up with what type of monster.
Yeah.
And then this morning you came in with one of the best analogies I've heard in a while.
Cool. I like it.
And you referenced the beast from the Sandlot.
Yep.
So how has the beast played today? Has he been kind to some? Probably yes. Maybe not so kind to others today.
Yeah, you've got to respect the beast. That's you keep launching home run balls over there, they're bound to get chewed up. But if you walk around, knock on the door, talk to the old man that lives there, he may let you play with the beast and pet him, and you'll have a friend for life. So, or at least for this afternoon.
What type of equipment? We talked to Matt McNeil and got his thoughts on that. But what type of equipment for you and your particular staff has seemed to be working, and maybe what pieces or types of equipment has been not prone to work from what you've seen so far too.
Yeah, well, with Summer this morning, we threw about 3 or 4 different balls over on the practice lanes and just looked for something that she was comfortable with the shape of, and she's pulled a really good block. She's made a lot of spares. I think this game notwithstanding, she's missed. I think those are her first 2 makeables that she's missed today. But just a couple games where you don't break out the big 4 and they turn into 150. So unfortunately, she's got a couple of those, but she's also got 4 clean games. So she's doing a really good job today. Just gotta get as much as you can and don't lose as much, and give yourself a chance for tomorrow.
How many players do you have staff-wise?
Staff, we have 3, and then two other free agents that I've worked with throughout the season.
Okay. How many on this particular staff?
Just one, just Summer.
Okay.
She gets my undivided attention,
Okay.
except when Emil asks me questions.
that's true. Summer was about to be up in the moment in the 7th frame. And could be looking for a double. So then for tonight,
yeah,
and you're thinking about it obviously, and you've watched obviously almost the full completion of this, while just a game away from that happening. Already, what are you thinking about in terms of what information to relay to the next players for tonight?
You got to be patient. You have to be patient. The scores were the number kind of bottomed out, I think, after 3 or 4 games. So if you can just survive those first 3 or 4 games, you'll have a chance to get a few pins back later on once some oil goes down the lane. Once whoever is playing in a similar part of the lane kind of gives you something to throw at, and just have a little bit of confidence that it'll do the same thing every time. So you just got to weather the storm to start with, and then don't get too aggressive later on. But there are definitely a couple of strikes to be had, games 5, 6, 7, 8.
What's the proper way? This may not be, I don't think there's a direct answer, if you will, but based on what you saw, how would you advise someone to handle the first couple of games in the best way possible? Strategic was, though, like where should one play based on what you saw?
Yeah, well, wherever you're comfortable, honestly. If it's crossing 15 to 10, if it's crossing 10 to 8, just something you can repeat, something that's not going to get remarkably harder after a couple of games. And then once the oil pattern kind of calms down, the oil kind of gets down lane a little bit, it blends out a little bit, then you can find a place that maybe a better place to play than what you're doing. But if you can repeat 15 to 10, do it. When I'm bowling, my favorite place to stand is if I can stand on 23, I can hit 15, and I can hit 8, 9 down lane. So that's what I would be doing early.
All right, I know these players aren't on your staff necessarily, but
Yeah.
Shannon O'Keefe, Brianna Cote, Deandra Asbeatty, Daria Pyoke, Nikki Parkin, individuals who've had some success today.
Yeah.
What stands out when you hear those names and based on what they've done here today?
I mean, they're pretty good bowlers, right?
Not that.
I think they've all kind of found a part of the lane that they can doesn't change as much. They found a part of the lane that does that, and they're using a part of the lane front to back that isn't requiring that they be the same every time to be able to bowl a good score. Daria won the race to the left this morning, and she was rewarded with a couple of 230s and 240s middle of the block, and so that's obviously where she feels the most comfortable, and she's got a little bit of ball reaction to boot.
That is well said, sir. Well, I think I know you got some work to do, obviously.
Yeah.
And it is, I guess, one last thought in regard to from the viewer's perspective. For those who enjoy the technical aspect of the sport, can you break down the technical aspects of what bowling balls have worked for your particular staff for most?
Low RG, middle to high def. Summer tried to throw a shock, which was a little bit lower RG, low def, and it didn't quite do the right thing. It didn't have enough guts down lane to kind of blend it the right way. It would get a little quick and go forward, or it would overhook. I mean, like I said, whatever you're comfortable with. If you can control that part of the lane, you can control the front and mid part of the lane with a 254 ball, then do it. If you need a 247 ball, do it with that. It's just all about being comfortable, and whatever ball you can do to keep you from having to have the ball do the same thing the last 20 feet every time.
Is it fair to say that I don't think we get a lot of chances where we just the goal is to just be comfortable from the start?
Absolutely.
But it also seems like if you're comfortable, that just eliminates a lot of other things that you don't have to think about. Right.
Right.
You can just kind of ease into it, if you will, because you're already in a good spot.
Exactly. Yeah. And like I said, the whole point of this day is to make you as uncomfortable as possible.
True. You said that.
So the best way to try and combat that is to do things that make you comfortable. Whether it's your, like I said, favorite ball, favorite layout, favorite motion, favorite targets. Just don't do something that you're not good at repeating when they're hard also.
What if I was really good at playing two?
Well, if you're really good at playing two, I'm not going to say you can't do it.
Okay.
Because there are some of the biggest blocks we ever had at the U.S. Open when we bowled on this pattern, where guys like Norm and Walter playing 5, 6, 7, maybe not two, but playing up the lane and using the oil down lane as hold. From all the guys being left of 20, throwing oil down there around 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 down lane, you use that as hold. I've been able to bowl a couple of decent blocks doing that. So it's not something you can do every time, but if you've got nothing else, it's worth a look.
My man. I appreciate the time as always.
Yeah, you got it.
That is Nathan Bohr, ladies and gentlemen. We'll talk to him this evening as well.
Thanks,
sir. Nathan Bohr, always a pleasure to talk with. Good stuff there. Yeah, he mentioned yesterday about this pattern is designed to kind of make you uncomfortable. It's going to leave you uncomfortable. So if you can get comfortable, and as he just said, in whatever way that is for you, that takes a lot of the guessing out of it, a little bit, if you will. And you can just kind of focus on, hey, let's try to get to the pocket and make spares. And really, that second ball execution has not been favorable for a lot of players today. All right, I saw all your messages in the chat. I'm gonna go check on the Missy Lindsay score item just to make sure they are aware of that. And then we watch this 10th frame here. Just like that, Cote can do it one more time. Opportunity there to get into the 240. She'll take 220 though. See, Nelson, you know we are getting close. You know it. We are getting close. As soon as Aaron returns, that'll be the first item on the list. All right. Proper staff members are alerted to Missy and Lindsay's score mishap. I'm sure they would have caught that at some point, certainly at the end. There's also, not that there's not a score checker, because there always is one. There's an additional one this week because John Macedo is here. Well, Shannon's going to give a few pins back. Worked hard to gain those certainly today, and that happens from time to time as we get nearly set to begin game 8 here. Speaking of Lindsey Boomershine, though, he's got a chance to get in the 250s. He's over on 19 and 20. A little strike on the fill. 171 for O'Keefe. We'll give 29 back. Boomershine did get the first in the 10th frame. She's going to be in the 240s. I think about players who have been so close to winning that first title. We've already seen several, of course, accomplish that this season. Verity Crawley, Jen Higgins, first singles title for Pierre Getz, for example. Julia Bond, as an example. And we've all seen and discussed Lindsay in that regard. It's going to happen. We know it is. Just a matter of when, not if. Man, this just seems like just a perfect scenario, situation, storyline, history, movie script, or whatever you want to do and think about. But it wouldn't surprise me one bit. And not certainly has nothing to do with talent, but more so just the way the career arc for Lindsay has gone. If she were to come out and make the most history that you can make and win her first title right here this week, that would not shock me at all. Some people deserve good things. I think she's one of them based on what she has been through out here on the PWBA tour. You could put Missy in that same type of category, although she does have a title per se, certainly. She got a Queen's title. She performs admirably, of course, in majors. And Missy has been closer, what feels like winning that first PWBA title because it hasn't happened since 2015 or since the relaunch. Wouldn't that be a nice bow at the end of the week? Two players who have bowled very well today.
Did you see that?
Wow, Aaron has become so synonymous with 4-5s that we have now just flat out said, all right, the 4-5 is the Aaron. We have verbed Aaron.
It's bound to happen at some point. If you're leaving the 4-5, I guess that was probably in the top 3 of potential scenarios. But You know what I have to say about that, Emil? I have to say this is a great opportunity to distract everybody from such a thing. And remind you good folks, we still have a giveaway to go here on BowlTV.com. Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs for one lucky viewer. If this is your first time joining us here on BowlTV.com, hello. Welcome. Hope you've enjoyed the show so far. And the way the giveaway works, nice and easy, quick to do. In the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, you're going to see a prompt. It's going to say giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for 60 seconds. And then after that, in the same spot, a new prompt will pop up on the screen. It'll say the giveaway has begun. It's going to count down for 45 seconds. But right next to it, you're going to see a submit entry button. All you have to do is click that submit entry button. You'll have a chance to win right here on Bowl TV. One winner going to be taking home the Bowl TV t-shirt today. If you are in full screen mode, we do recommend you take it out of full screen mode. Make sure you can see the chat and everything. We're going to go ahead and get that started here in just a moment. So with Summer Spare there, she's now 2 for 2, including that 4-5 pickup. Let's go ahead and get it underway. Good luck, everybody. Wait for that submit entry button to pop up on the screen. And best of luck.
I think the giveaways, man, have really. I feel like it's got to be the second most liked thing about Bowl TV. Because you know what the first is, right? Right here.
No, Emil, why don't you tell us?
It's Aaron.
What? Shenanigans. Shenanigans. As a reminder, good folks, A Squad hits the lanes for their 8-game block, 8 p.m. Eastern time. Five local out in Roner Park. So we'll have another giveaway a little bit later today as well. But let's hear for James Malone.
James.
Winning himself a Bowl TV t-shirt.
Big game, James.
So James, our marketing team will be reaching out to you in the next couple of days to redeem your prize. So be on the lookout for that email. Big thanks to everybody for participating and being part of the Bowl TV community. So big thanks to all you good folks out there.
Got a lot of James who watch Bowl TV.
We do have a score update available after 15 games for B Squad. Brianna Cote, after that 226, now at plus 164. Leading the way, Daria Payuk, 173 last game, drops to plus 149. Stephanie Johnson, plus 82. Shayna Ung, plus 63. Missy Parkin, plus 39. Stephanie Zavala, plus 3. Lindsay Boomershine, plus 2. Shannon O'Keefe, minus 8. Shannon Pluhowski, minus 19. Cut currently is minus 21. Jordan Richard, minus 39. Jen Higgins, minus 40. Deandra, still bowling very well this block, minus 43. Clara Guerrero, watching her right now, minus 52. Brianna Clemmer, minus 66. New Wei Fen, minus 78.
Aaron, just so you are aware too, while you were away, it was determined that Lindsay and Missy had a flip-flop of scores in Game 6, which not yet reflected on the new updates. So just an FYI for you. And everyone else, for that matter, who has either mentioned it or thinking about mentioning it in the chat.
So you're saying I might have came in hot with those numbers?
No. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just letting you know that there is a known issue specifically with those 2 players.
Gotcha. All right.
For the record, I mentioned John is here. He's been giving me his version. And those scores are right on the items that come straight from the Cubica scores. So just letting y'all know. So having said that, Lindsay is actually at plus 53. With Missy at minus 31. Oh, I'm sorry, plus 31. Beg your pardon. On the day. Other players with not bad days, I would say. You know, Katie Jensen, minus 15. Jazrael 10, minus 31. Stephanie Zavala, minus 37. know, Zavala right on cue. Gotta finish this thing strong here. Missy Parkin is off to a good start here in game 8. Fair 4-bagger. Aaron working customer service skills in the chat. Thanks, Aaron. Imagine getting Aaron Smith as your regular customer service chat representative. You know, when you need to pay a bill or, you know, check on your phone, double check your hotel reservation.
You realize I can hear you, right?
I do, yes. Make that. What is that? 6 in a row? I'm gonna make that change down there. With 35 and 36, really trying to take advantage of the opportunities presented their way. Looks like Crystal Elliott is going to shoot her first 200 game of the day. She does, M130. My offhand memory serves me correctly. Time on Junior Team USA. fact, a 3-time member. Last year, she made a move over to Nebraska and helped them win the NCAA Women's Championship, Women's Bowling Championship. And was the Player of the Year and a first-team All-American. Come on, Scott. Don't be shy, man. Tell them what you do. How cool it is and why they should do it too. There it is. Player with another strike can get to 248. Attention. She'll be in the 230s. Meanwhile, Crystal Elliott continuing. Not only her first 200 game of the day, but it looks to be the highest game of the block in general. So Clara, let's look here. Clara today, I'm going to give her the spare. It's a pretty solid block overall for Clara. She started really well today as well. 208 to kick off the block, 238 to end it. I know, Brad. They will take care of it. Yes. I can almost assure you they will double and triple check. And even before you guys noticed it, and I would have went in there, when the scorecards were turned in, they would have seen it then as well. Player shoots 1382 for, I'm sorry, that's not. There we go. I was looking at the wrong sheets. $15.79. Solid block of minus 21 for Clara. Definitely has the high game of the squad. Her only 200 game of the day. She shoots 262.
If you're only going to get one, make it big.
It's nice to have leave out the building with some level of positivity. At least Bolton was on a nice run. She could get to the 230s. Not a bad block on the day as well. Well, the strike, or she gets to 237, excuse me, she'll be at minus 22 on the day. All right, let's see where we want to go. Deandra is on 25 and 26. Missy Parkin is on 27 and 28. Missy's already in the 10th frame. Unfortunately, D struggling on 25 and 26. He's going to give a lot of pins back. Cote already in the 10th frame. We'll have one more shot for O'Keefe to go. Stephanie Johnson. All right, let's go to, if we can, 23. What's that? What is it? 17, 21 to 24 for a minute.
That is one of them.
Jason, good night. Jason, where are you? Where are you located? (21 and 22) already out of there. Here's Stephanie Johnson. Will be up momentarily. Right side of your screen. Good bowling today for Missy Parkin. Let's see who might be next. Well, maybe able to catch Deandra's 10th frame. Shayna Ung trying to get to 220 to end her day. Ooh. Ung coming off a 158 game. Love nothing more to add 20 plus pins back to that total overall.
Delivers that first one in the 10th. Going to have a clean game here to wrap it up as well. Stephanie with a strike on her fill. We'll get to 207. That would put her at plus 89. Shayna can get to plus 86 with 2 more strikes. .206, so officially plus 88. For Steph J. Shayna, oh, the kitchen sink 7 threw everything over there. Somehow nothing connected. But as you said, going to finish with a game north of 210 here. In a really good position heading into tomorrow's final 8-game block. With the spare, no problem. 212 will be plus 75. Emil, what else we got?
We don't have anything actually. There's one pair, and unfortunately, it's throwing 31 and 32. That's to the 10th frame, and looks like there's some bowling balls perhaps stuck either underground or coming through the belts via the ball return. So at the moment, we don't have much, unfortunately, until they get that repaired or repaired.
While we wait for a quick second, it looks like they're nearly in progress there. We'll toss the schedule up for you good folks to look at. Once again, 8 p.m. Eastern time, 5 local in Rohnert Park at Double Decker Lanes for A squads. 8 games here on our 40-foot flat condition this week. Saturday, the same time. Kick things off at 2 p.m. Eastern for round 3, followed by the late squad being at 8 p.m. Eastern time. A little change up Sunday and Monday before Tuesday's stepladder finals on CBS Sports Network. Shout out to the Double Decker staff taking care of business, getting things underway so they can wrap this game up.
All right, Missy, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Oh, look at you. You were instructed. You already know what to do. Nice job. First, great bowling today.
Thank you.
If you can, talk us through kind of your game plan and process today. I think everyone kind of came in and hey, it's going to be tough today. So you knew that obviously coming in. How did you prepare, and ultimately, what was that game plan throughout the day?
Well, like you mentioned, it's flat, so I knew that spare shooting was going to be a premium, shot making was going to be a premium. I really like flat patterns, so we have a pause.
Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes round 2 for B squad. The ladies will return tomorrow at 5 p.m. for 8 more games of qualifying. Coming up next will be A squad for their second round of competition. Thank you for joining us this morning. We'll see you back here at 5 o'clock.
All right. So, so my game plan coming into today, definitely on the fresh, was to keep the ball in play, use a really controllable ball. I used a radical informer, and that ball just allowed me to really keep my angles pretty shut down. And I knew I just needed to really have good shot repeatability and pick up my spares. And yeah, so that's the ball I started with, and then I just kind of migrated a little bit left from there. Actually, the way we finished is actually a lot further left than what I anticipated. I actually didn't anticipate getting into my Rodman Pearl and hooking it as much as I was the last like 2-3 games. But yeah, I was just able to kind of follow the transition and keep the ball in play and leave a lot of makeables and pick up my spares.
So you mentioned being a fan of flat patterns, and even looking back to it or the last time we had the U.S. Women's Open, we had that flat condition. It was a little bit shorter, 37 feet over at Texas Station, but you were able to pace the squad in the early going on that. Just talk a little bit about, kind of just gearing up, getting excited to see these type of conditions out here.
Yeah, I know most people, when they see flat, they probably cringe, and I'm like, yeah. Just because my game is all built around shot repeatability and making my spares. And so I would say I'm really good at keeping the ball in play and being able to shut down my angles and being able to do that a little longer than some of the other players due to my ball roll. So I typically really like the flatter patterns.
Tomorrow, we anticipate, just based on practice at least, you should be able to pick up a few pins if you're in a situation where you need some. It looks like that opportunity will be there, but you're no stranger, obviously, to long formats, especially the U.S. Women's Open. So, how do you kind of drive the roller coaster of what could be emotions, what could be ball reaction, what could be a ton of things in this long format, especially at this event?
Yeah, I think that for me specifically, I just keep reminding myself, that this is not a sprint. It is absolutely a marathon. And, if you hit a rough pair, if you hit a rough game, you just have to really forget about it. It's really focusing on every single shot. And that's something I've worked on a lot in my game, just in general. So I just think it's really important to really stay in the moment and be extremely focused. You can't just take a shot off when you're shooting at a 2-pin. Like, you really have to focus every single frame, especially today. I mean, I will tell you, my head hurts after today because that was a lot of focus. Yeah, that was a lot of focus, and I mean, a lot of having to make really, really good shots on this tough condition. Yes, I do anticipate, like you said, tomorrow is probably going to be a little easier. It's going to be a little easier to strike. So yeah, you just kind of have to take it one day at a time because we're bowling on different patterns every day.
Let me get one more in, Aaron, before off topic. Missy, how's the center doing?
Mira Mesa Lanes in San Diego is doing amazing. It's doing really, really well. We're just kind of finishing up all of our summer leagues and getting ready to start the fall leagues. So super excited for that. And yeah, it's been great.
Excellent.
Now, Missy, I was secretly hoping you were going to say that you used the oath out there today. Was it on the ball card? I need to know.
It was not. And you know why it was not? Because that old oath actually had a weight hole. So that ball is no longer in play.
That is disappointing.
Yeah, I know. But I do have a mission unknown on my ball card.
Whoa.
And, yeah, I know. And my Rodman Pearl that I was using, it's actually brand new. I just drilled it.
Excellent stuff. We kind of talked about, obviously, the grind of today and, looking ahead to the pattern tomorrow. But, with 16 games in the books, knowing that, there's not necessarily the cashier's run, there's not the cut to 36, it's going straight to 24. How do you feel about where you're at in this tournament right now?
I don't look at the scores at all. So I'll be perfectly honest with you. I tend to try not to. I actually don't like when they're everywhere. So I have no idea where I am in the standings. I know I bowled well today, and that's really all I'm focusing on. And I feel like if I make the best shots and physically bowl the best of my ability, then I should be in the top 24.
I love that answer. Fantastic, fantastic answer right there, Missy. Emil, unless you have anything else, I think Missy, we're okay to let you go. You get the long break now until you're back tomorrow for the 46-foot condition. But great bowling out there. Take some time to relax after that for sure. And we'll see you out on the lanes tomorrow.
All right, sounds good. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thanks, Missy. All right, Emil Williams Jr., Missy Parkin joining us there as we are all wrapped up, got all channels turned off. We are. This is the end of the broadcast. We've made it.
It is. Yeah, I wasn't sure if we were having or supposed to have another guest or not. But let's go ahead and do what we do. Get this thing popping, and we've got another squad coming up, man.
That we do. 8 p.m. Eastern, the time for that, 5 local time. So just right around 2 hours, a little less than 2 hours. We'll be back at it right here on BoldTV.com. 8 games to go for A squad. So we'll see if Sherry Tan can hold on to the top spot and return to the top of the leaderboard after leading day one. The left side looked pretty tough out there, though, for Shannon Pluhowski. So we will see if Sherry can find something out there. Angie Ramirez-Perea also going to be attacking it from the left side in that next squad. So intrigued to see that, but kind of intrigued to see where this number gets to. As JT, when he hopped on a little bit earlier, said, thought it'd be a little bit higher scoring throughout the course of it. We saw the number drop a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see where that gets to tonight. But BoldTV.com, the only place you can be to watch all the action. So we certainly hope to see all you good folks there. We appreciate you hanging out in the chat as always. Having a good time with us here at the U.S. Women's Open. So as we sign off, just a big thank you as always to the staff at our host center, Double Decker Lanes, Jim and his crew. Fantastic work. As always, we have, of course, the USBC and BPWA and their board directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour and these great short duration events. Kegel, the official lane maintenance provider. We got our athletes. Of course, this is the U.S. Women's Open, a historic event each and every year, but what an event we have in store here in 2021. CBS Sports Network Finals coming up on Tuesday, $100,000 to the champion. So a big thank you to our competitors for their continued dedication to their craft and being part of this historic moment with us here. So big thank you to them. Of course, all the good folks here on Bold TV watching as well. Big thank you to you folks. As always, enjoy chatting with you, keeping things nice and easy as we get through these blocks. And finally, the Bold TV crew. Matt Cannizzaro putting together the recap stories today. Curtis Von Kruger, Jason Thomas, Emil Williams Jr., I'm Aaron Smith. We'll see you at 8 p.m. Eastern time later tonight. Round 2, A squad. There are 8 games here on the 40-foot flat condition. So, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll see you soon right here on Bold TV. And remember, as always, on Bold TV, bowling lives here.